Hello. Hi, hi. How you're doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Big Yipper. Big Yipper. Hi. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Hello, Jay. Hello, Sando. And hello,
Yep.
Brian. Yip. Yip. I feel I can yep. I feel happy. I cannot speak because
Yep.
I'm quite happy today. I'm so happy. Something happened this morning. It's the I know yesterday I talked about the letter of administration stuff that I have to go sign more things. Happy? I am because we took care of something that's quite huge and has been bothering me for quite a few months. I'm okay. Just okay. There we go. The letter administration, it has been bothering me for quite a few months. Oh, the pets. Thank you, Brian. And this morning we got a call, and it's not a call from the lawyer themselves, but a call from some governmental stuff. I'm not too sure what that is, but it's like a government call, and then we have to go there to make an official statement and official signing and official stamp and everything. And we did just that. We signed more things, confirmed about the letter of administrations, confirmed that my dad's property, right? So we did all that in the morning, and we signed, and now we just have to wait for about 20. They mentioned about 20 to 22 days. Mungkin memang they said. So it's like about that time, and then they'll call us again, and then me and my mother, because we're both the administrator of dad's property now. They put my name in there. I'm very surprised, but I was there. So yeah, about 20 to 22 days, my mom will get a call, and I'm not too sure when is it. So if there's like a sudden notice from me saying that, oh, I might not be able to stream, or like I might be late a lot than usual, it's because of this, I feel like. But I'm not too sure when though. I'll make sure to like explain what's going on whenever there's like, if there's like a delay, or if there's like a thing that I need to do so that I have to not stream for the day. I'll make sure to tell you guys about it. I don't really want to make people be in the dark, like they don't know what's happening, and then suddenly I'm gone and no one has any idea what's going on. I don't like that, so I will always, to the best of my ability, explain what's going on and let you guys know about what has been going on. But of course not like personal life thing, but like whenever something that will affect the stream stuff, you guys will know 100%. I will always at the Discord mention what is going on, and yeah, very happy. So happy. No, tell the 3 digits on the back of the card right now. Oh no. I'm a kobold. I'm like a kobold, and I have no brain, and I'm very gullible. The 3 number is ABC. Right? Those are numbers, right? Oh my god. Oh, it's BB. YIP 100%. Oh. YIP is too much brain power. You have to expect answers from like a zero brain power kobold. ABC is the best I can came up with. But YIP is so good though. Hey, can we do that bit again? Nothing happened just now. Tell me the 3 digits on the back of your card. Oh god, I'm a kobold though. And I think the 3 digits that I know was is YIP. Yeah. Let me log into my Masata Frontier real quick.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. Yep. Hi, Mori. Welcome. Let me become small real quick. I love the dance. Let me become Shinu. Makes perfect sense for CVC code for a Kobold's bank credit card to be just yip. I know, right? It's perfect. It is perfect. Perfect. God, I love Kobold so much. It's such simple creatures. They live by yip, and that's pretty much it. And I love that. Hey you. I hope you all are doing good. Because I am doing really heckin' good. God, the thing that has been bothering me for months, and it's finally... It's not over, but it's pretty much over at this point. Like, it's, don't need to anticipate a call every day now. From the lawyer. Saying that we need to sign for the letter of administration. No more. It's finally done. And after we get the letter of administration, we can start to do like the proper proceedings, like to, because now we technically, well, we not technically, we now own my dad's property, because we are the admin now. So yeah. So we can do the proper proceedings of everything, make it right, you know. Also, look at the sword. Oh, last night I played for a little bit. Look at this cool helmet. I don't know how can I zoom in. Yeah. Look at this cool helmet. I love that helmet. It's my favorite. Helmet good. And the sword is good. And I wanted to make some Guanzhou Rumu armor and or Haruto Meruku armor, but man, is it difficult. See, I need one more. Oh, I did farm for a little bit of Elder Dragon gem last night as well. I fought Ruko Diara once and I got 2 gems. I was so happy. I was so happy. I could make this. I could make this. What's your skill? That has eating plus 5. No other armor has eating though. That's weird. Other than T-Rex, I think Diorex maybe? Diorex. Oh, I can make Garuba. Oh, Garuba armor is also really good though. I'm surprised Diorex is not eating. Altera? Oh, this one. Kobo. Dragon Pilot. I haven't watched it. Too much Monster Hunter? Who am I kidding? There's never enough Monster Hunter. Oh, that's... What do you mean that's how it is? No, it's not what you think. Turning off Hot Dragon more for Hot Dragon. Hey, look, if there's a hot dragon, I can I can get. I will never pass by that opportunity. Oh my god. You cannot fault me for that, right? You can. No permission. Obtain from the daily special in the general store. Oh, that's how it is. There we go. To be fair, nobody would walk past that. Or a cougar. True. Very true. Yeah. Can I do daily quest now? I know there's a quest to get Elder Dragon Gem. Yeah, this one. Are Mizuzune technically dragon? They are Leviathan. I would consider them as dragon, yeah. A very hot looking one. I think the more I stream Monster Hunter, the more out of control I get. The more out of control I get. Let me do this daily quest real quick. I can get this one. Let me get the Elder Dragon Gem real quick. It's a daily quest, I didn't know. I think it was like last night or a few nights ago that I realized that there is the daily quest to guarantee a Elder Dragon Gem. So yeah. I think so. I did this quest before. And I think Rukodira is always at 5. That was loud. There it is. Eat the Tarakan. Tarakan. Oh, here it comes. Give tail. See, I know how to use evade slash against Rukodira now. Rock. Dash. Already almost dead? Really? Hey, they don't hurt. It's like way easier. Yakey beaky. Really? Oh my god! Uh-oh. Come on, man! Oh, I forgot to clean up... No, clean up my kitty's backpack. They don't hurt! What is this? What quest is this? Is it like super easy one? I don't remember it being this easy. I cannot down slash. There was something on the ground. Oh. Oh. Oh, there's no fucking way. It's 2 minutes. I think Deadly Quest is like the easy one. That's fair, that's fair. Thick blood. I got thick blood. The extremely chili oiled flavor corner got presented with new content. Nice. I wanna see, but if I show it on stream, I'll get banned. 100%, but it good? And you got me curious now. Okay, I'm not. Yeah, of course I'm not showing it. Excuse me. Oh, it good. Oh, it good. Oh, it eat good. All right. Eat good. All right. 100%. Speaking of Mizutsune, right? Yeah, Mizu is a dragon. Additional, yeah, this one is like guaranteed gem. Well, at least we got a guarantee 1 gem. It's not bad. Are we gonna get a piece from the artist if I can fucking find them? They don't have watermarks, right? Powered by Patreon. Oh wait, they have a Patreon name. Farila? Maybe that's your lead right there. At the bottom left, that's like a Patreon website. Maybe that's the artist. Hey hey hey. Oh, I can do one more. Oh, let's go. Let's do it again. Maybe I can do 2 more, 3, 4 more. It's guaranteed Elder Dragon Gem. I have to do it. And I just realized every single Go armor needs Elder Dragon Gem to make. So, yeah. Let me human scour the site. Good luck finding the artist. Damn, it's so... Courage? Oh, that one I don't flinch when I look at the monster. True. Literally first try. Hey, look at that. Found your Twitter. Good shit. You're welcome. I'm going in. And they're open? Oh, yo, lucky. Now it's your time to shine, Jade. Get that earth done. Get that earth. I should probably commission an art of my kobold. But I don't know who, what, or what to do. I don't know. And also price. Expensivo. I have to get the tail. It's like an extra card. Slugger? Oh, oops, I went in there too quickly. Oh yeah, my bird is now dragon element. Look at that. My bird is dragon element now. Finally, after many days. Rock, god damn it! I love you, Rock, but still, you betray me, Rock. I couldn't believe it. Oh no. Oh, laser here. Ow. Depends on what you want to do with it. I have a couple of things you can look out for. Based off of what I shared in the extremely chili flavored channel, I have to think about the pricing as well. Oh, maybe not these days. It's like a long-term goal, I guess. Jam. Oh, no jam. Not spicy. Okay. Yaki diki. Am I getting stuck? Wait, I am. Since when I got magnetic field? Oh, this one is slower. 3 minutes 49 seconds. Skill plus. This one. Please give a gem. Cobalt wants a gem. Cobalt wants a gem. God damn it. Aww, no gem. My birthday is next month. Ooh, nice. Been scammed so many times I still have stopped saying out for a 3D model last year. Again, look out for Discord. When people ask you to commission them in Discord, best not to do it. 90% of them is like just scams. When you buy yourself a birthday present you never receive, it's just depressing. It's what scammer does. They have no remorse. Gotta be careful these days because money can bring the worst out of people. And when they want money, they resort to bad ways to make money. And they can easily get away with it too. But yeah, sorry you have to deal with all the scams. Yeah, they resort to everything, they really do. It's scary. Oh, you wouldn't have an example? I mean, prime example would be the Discord quote-unquote artist. I wouldn't even say that they're real artists. Like, for sure. Last night I received one, and then they're like, hey, good day to you. And I was like, oh no. And then I checked their bio, it's like, professional artist. Oh no. and then I started like, hi. It's like, how's your day? They asked. It's like, pretty good, I said. And then they go with, can I ask you something? And then I said, commissioning your work? I legit just said that. Commissioning your work? Question mark? I asked them. And then they were like, yeah. I'm a professional artist. Do you want your character to be drawn? And I was like, oh, yep, that's good enough. That's enough. That's enough information I need. Goodbye. Immediately block and run away. It's spicy, scary, dangerous. So yeah, sorry I have to deal with the scams, but it's hard to say. You know, it's hard to say, and it's hard to accept too. But scams these days resort to absolutely everything, and they have no remorse. They want anything. They want everything and your money and everything. So that's why it's tough. I hate it too. A Volcang? Really? Do I have to fight a volcanic Rajang? Fuck. Fuck, okay. Monkey it is, monkey it is. Trust. It's gonna be fine. It's not gonna be fine, but it's gonna be fine. Volcang, monkey. Oh, at this map? Shit, okay. Is that a hammer or is that a hunting horn? Can't tell. Prime example is anyone who asks for payment before art because I've thrown 3003 models. It's best to have like a deposit first. To throw 3000 at once and before having a work in progress to show is just a it's a very red flag thing to do. It's dangerous. Look at the size of this thing. What the fuck? Oh goddamn. Oh, I'm on fire too. Is this fire like forever? Oh, okay. I have light resistance too, goddamn. Spin? Okay. Oh no, monkey. Oh my god, there's no fucking way. Oh my god, I'm a god. Okay. I'm a cobalt god. I didn't get hit at all. What the fuck? Oh, okay, yeah, there it is. One shot. There we go. That's fair, that's fair. How many times do I have to roll this? 4 times? God damn! Victor Go 10 stream streak. Thank you, Salo. I still haven't find Salo about the the models. Damn. Tremor? Oh my god, damage! Goddamn monkey. Stamina use negated large. Wind pressure immunity? Oh. How many times can you punch? Yes. There we go. He throws 6 times. What are you doing? Oh, you're chilling, okay. Oh! Yikey beaky, that hurt. I don't care. I want the damage. So that's one of these. Don't think I can recognize it first time. 6 times immediately. You know? Let me try to learn this monkey business. It's gonna be difficult, but I might as well try. Oh, I was looking at chat. I shouldn't be looking at chat. I'm dead. Yeah. I should run, not roll. 1,003 times different times from different sites banned, or they go to Discord for any deep information. So is it any artist that uses Discord for anything like fuck? I wouldn't say every artist, but usually when the bio says professional artist, that's where you need to look out. It's dangerous when they say that I'm a professional artist. They want to sound convincing, but at this point it's not convincing to say that they're a professional artist anymore. Because when I got my rev, I was talking to them through Discord and everything went fine. Yeah, some is fine. It's just when the interaction between you and the scammer, well, said artist, is like, when the interaction is like very robot-like, you can sort of sense that it's very robot-like. I cannot tell you exactly how it is, but it's like, hi, how's your day? My day has been fine. How are you doing? Those kind of stuff, you know, you will feel it. Like it's not human interaction, it's robot interaction. I think you will feel it. And it's something like that you have to look out for. It's dangerous. Although I think this is the only, well, advice. I know I'm not very well versed in this because I never really commissioned art as much before. I only commissioned like once or twice. And it's true for Affinity. But that was like many years ago. But I'm speaking through experience here with the Discord scammer thing. I think interaction is the first thing you have to look out for. That's how you know that they are suspicious. Hopefully that makes sense. We dodged that. Fuck. I'm burning though. Okay, there we go. Going in. Wow, that explodes? Hi, Evie. 85? Oh my god, thank you, Evie. 85 is big number. I'm dead. Fuck, I accidentally touched my right stick. I need coffee for this shit. Let me get my super jumbo coffee. I got it again. This time I took it back home. It's now here. I have my super jumbo coffee here. In Malay they pronounce it as like super jumbo. It's like, yeah, jumbo. I love jumbo. Jumbo good. Coffee. Coffee. Just the fact that I want a more realistic style, only scammers will accept them. I mean, they say they're professional artists, so I guess wanting to them realistic style is professional. 2D simplistic style is not professional to them. Probably. Or have I misunderstood? I probably did. Oh, lucky. Alright, last try. You die, you lose. I die, I lose. A fucking monkey. Spin. Also, I hope you're doing it easy. I forgot to say, but welcome. Oh, oh. Ow. Fire, I am. Fire, I am. Help. Your moves are actually not as bombastic as Vasua or something, other than this one. Needless explosion, but still. Explosion is cool. First stumble. I feel like the tail should be severable. Inky. Health plus antidote slightly. Going. An explosion? It's a pretty good feeling. That's half health, I think. Oh, Nelly! Oh, Nelly! Oh my god! A fucking monkey! Why am I on fire still? That was me getting hit, but I didn't. Okay. We take those, we don't ask for much. Oh, you changed direction a little bit. Okay. You can change your trajectory. It's okay, I still have a lot of health. It's fine. And by then I mean I have a little mega potion left. It seems Vol'jang is less bombastic than the other dragons that I fought yesterday. Oh yeah, also side note, unrelated to this game, but I've been reading Tekken patch notes lately, and the patch notes are very promising. I think I'll play back Tekken 8 very soon. Damn, that hurt. Oh, this time I got hit. Okay, that's just me being stupid. I should have just healed. So rock toss is outer circle. Right, rock toss is outer circle. It's fine. Yeah, Dragunov is now a Tekken character, it feels like. With the hatchet staggers now, people will probably use more down too. Azucena, well, Azucena doesn't have a lot of tracking, it seems. So she's not very weak to sidestepping. And some of the other nerfs of the other character. Leroy is a beast now though. Leroy went from shit tier to possibly A to S tier, feels like. Maybe this Sunday I can play a little bit of Tekken 8, but still don't know about that. I don't know if I can stop playing this game. It's difficult when there's so many good-looking dragons here. Kill monkey. Woohoo! Woohoo! The Shumikshu. I'm curious about how bow works in this game. Maybe I kind of want to try out bow, but it does mean I have to make a gunner armor, not blade master armor. It's so troublesome. I'm stupid. Rock toss, rock toss. Oh, it's close range as well? Oh. Tremor. Never seen that move before. Whoa, wait, my health is going down. How many times do I have to roll? There it is. Tremor. 360. Okay. Sometimes 3 times, sometimes 4 times. Inconsistency. Oh. Too early. It was shout for a little bit first. Uh-oh. Ooh. Instant? Okay. No, I was making potion. I feel like bow is kind of easy to play here. Easy as in I don't need to aim too much, I feel like. I might be wrong. That's of course only surface level of observing. Instant? I'm dead. I just got rid of fire too. Tail? 360. Oh, it is point blank range, okay. Oh, did I dodge that? That was kinda cool. We dodged that, that's very obvious. Oh, I didn't dodge that, I guess. 360? No. Oh, damn! Okay. How many times? Goddamn. Fuck. I have to roll again. The slow-mo weird jump is tail. I call it slow-mo weird jump because Rajang usually don't jump for that much. Oh, that's slow. That was cool. It's a very fun tumble. Oh! Unreactable. I'm dead. But... Oh, that's not enough. Yeah, potion? Any other materials? I got lucky. I should find a chance to sharpen my knife. I think this is far enough. Or not, it's full screen, okay. Don't think there's a chance for me to sharpen my knife. Unless on the big wave like that. Oh, rock. Rock! No, I push forward, come on. Oh? Oh? Oh gosh, diggity dang, maybe we got a chance. Hadouken! You fuck. Can't believe I missed it. God damn it. Oh, I rolled too late. I looked at it too. I was like, the jump behind me should be a projectile. AoE? Okay. Lots of tracking on that one. I cannot roll. I feel like that 5 projectile, if I roll, I'm definitely gonna get hit on the next one. Nice. Nice. Oh my god. So much damage on that one. I don't have Cold Dream. Heartbreak. Yeah, my health keeps going down because I have a cold drink, but it's kind of bad. That jump back is an enraged state, okay. Anywhere I roll, I'm dead. Maybe I shouldn't be rolling. Double health depletion. You just really want to kill me, don't you? Okay. Too many times I got hit by that. Nice. I rolled, come on. I have a feeling it's gonna be an instant attack. Oh, that was fast. There we go. Not too difficult despite me dying so many times, but honestly, all the moves are pretty telegraphed other than the big punch. The big punch and the run is like untelegraphed, super fast. But other than that, this one is pretty manageable. In comparison with all the other bullshit that I've been tackling against the monsters for the past few days, I think. This one is pretty honest. Pretty honest. For a monkey too, I'm surprised. Flintstone? Moki. Moki. Ooh, that's a lot more still. The rest is hardcore, repel Teostra, Torakyurosu, Maria Puria. And a question mark. Odibatorasu. Okay. It's always hardcore, okay. Alright, let's do it. To repel? I assume it's pretty much as strong as Guanzo Rumu? Because I need to repel. It's not outright slay. Oh, nothing. Okay. Was it here? Oh, it's just right outside. Oops. I didn't know. I thought it said 5. Huh. That looks weirdly huge. Is the boss gonna be this huge? Yeah. Holy fuck. Oh my fucking shit, how am I supposed to fight this thing? I'm going in anyway.
Numbers, hello. Yippee, yippee numbers, yippee. I hope you're doing good, welcome. I'm attacking big turtle, a big turtle. Good god, man, that's an attack. Oh, the waves are an attack! Holy shit, high beam! Oh, and a random ass one shot, okay. That sucked. We love random ass one shot. What happened? And it's a one shot. Wow. Fun. Fun. I'm just gonna do a short loop like this. Have more evasion frames, I guess. Even though I don't know what I'm up against. Oh, it's a one shot. Goodbye, world. Wow. That is maximum stupidity. too random. This one sucks. This one sucks. It's too random. Find any more hot dogs? Not for now. I found a volcano monkey, and now I have this huge turtle. It's too
Random. It's too random. Oh my god. The game doesn't want me to win. All my max potion failed. Well, if I die again, I lost. Can't say I didn't try when max potion doesn't want to make themselves. Here we go. The attack pattern is too random here, and everything one-shots is just dumb. See, thing is, if I thought of guts, everything is a one-shot. Music is cool, but the combat design for this one is just dumb. Too bad, really. Oh, that's a one-shot! Untelegraphed one-shot, you know what I mean? Where did it come from? No one knows. So you're telling me that I cannot whip punish this turtle? Is that it? I whip punish this turtle, I'm dead. Again? I mean, I'm gonna get one shot anyway, why deal? If I have enough health to trigger guts, then it's good enough. One herb is good enough. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna attack. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Bork? Bunny doesn't bork though. Hi, Roxas. What? Did I just jump? Oh, from the tremor, right. I think that's enough to trigger guts. That's not like the full heal, honestly. Everything one-shots with this monster. And there we go. One shot. Boom! we found our first bullshit monster of the day. I don't have max potion anymore. When you cannot roll, you cannot iframe the roll. The roll is so active that it cannot be rolled away, and it's a guaranteed one shot. That's when you know the game is bullshitting you. It's clown behavior. Like when the roar hitbox lasts for that long, and you cannot roll it away. I have evade too. That's enough to trigger guts, I think. Nope. I'm not surprised that it's a one shot. I have no health. Actually rolled that, I'm surprised. I survived that shit? Oh, it's a cannon! Oh, it's a cannon! That's kinda cool. That hurt. I'm just gonna heal. It's okay, it's okay. I'm dead. Cool design, bad combat design, sadly. Too many random hits. But then that laser was me being dumb. I died too many to random hits. Untelegraphed. Alright, let's try again. You're lucky that I'm in a good mood today. I don't bitch as much today because I'm honestly having... I'm in a really good mood today. Hell fucking yeah. Morning was great, and I have like a huge cup of super jumbo coffee here. Nothing can bring me down other than the two dogs. The two dogs. Alright, let's try again. I can't wait to get to G rank, really. I want to look at all the cool looking dragons. Here we go, big turtle. Ow. I don't need to heal actually. I don't need to get to full health. Just get to a health where I can trigger guts, and that's good enough. Oh, it is Tremor. Door blade. I don't think that's enough help to trigger guts, but can't be sure. What are you doing? It's a one shot, it's fine. We can use max potion first. If these are all guaranteed hits, I'm gonna cry. You serious? I think when it's doing this cannon move, staying close to it is really safe, because there's no way it will shoot itself, right? I'm pretty sure anyway. It's okay. Oh, it's a cannon, it's a cannon. I don't know how worth it is to do that move. Yeah. And then that one has no recovery, we love that. Oh! Where does it even come from? I think that's still enough to trigger guts. That's not enough. all of them failed. Really? Yeah, I cannot roll that. Wow, the game doesn't want me to have max potion. I never felt this. I never felt that combining is so detrimental when it fails. Never really realized it until now. When 65% all fails, it's just so demoralizing. Is that the word that I'm using? I don't know. It makes me feel like shit, essentially. When 5 attempts, only one success, only one succeed, it hurts. It really does. So the random ball just appears when the boss goes down cannon. It is truly a cannon. Oh my god, it's so random! That sucks. I was making potion, but... Not again. Oh my god. Didn't even realize this at the loading screen. I didn't get jump even further into the loading screen. This is bullshit. I can hit you anyway, I don't care. Fuck you. I'm just gonna do it. Hadouken! Yo, okay. Yeah, get out of here. Cool. Sup blood, sup supreme skill. So I get soul? I get soul ticket from Hardcore Crest? Looks like it. Making steady progress. I wonder if it's like after HR 10, then it's like steady leveling up to HR 99. Then HR 100 allows me to go to G rank, maybe? Teostra, okay. Hardcore Teostra to repel them? I'm gonna die again. Right, here we go. It's fine. It's fine. It's only Teostra. How hard can it be? It's only Teostra. I really want eating skills, like fast eating. I really want that. Ooh. This is a move that I've never seen before. Oh no, damage! How far do you go? Not that far, it seems. Oh my god. That's a one shot and a half. Got boom 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 boom. Okay. So got delay. Got delay. Oh, it's a mix between close range or long range. That hurts, that really hurt. I'm on fire. I am very on fire. Looks like your DPS is going crazy, buddy. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, my health is at Ribi now. What the fuck is this? This is insanity. Death. Oh, no fucking way. I know it's hardcore, but if I cannot get close to you, that's not hardcore, that's cheating. That's a single player game for Teostra. Oh my god, look at my health. This is insane. This is insane, this is insane. I'm there for less than 1 second and I lost like 10% health. Oh my god. Is there lifesteal in this game? I think the only way to combat this kind of DPS is through lifesteal, and that's a one-shot instant. We love that. Yeah. I think the monsters are getting too crazy. It's not that it's hard. It's more like there's no counterplay to something like this. How do you counter this? There's no counterplay. I get in, I die. I go away, I die. I have to get in to kill. If I'm killing it, I'm slowly dying. This is not it. This is not hardcore, this is single player. For Teostra. Okay. That's another one success only for Max Potion. Thank you, game. Teostra sucks. It's not even a dragon. Milk. Fuck you, you don't even look like a dragon. Nova? Whee! Instant fire, wow, I never see such instant fire before. Wow. What can I say other than wow when everything is instant? This is not it. No, this is not it. My god. And the roar that lasts for 10 years. Cannot tell if that one is far range or short ranged. I'm pointing out all the flaws of this monster. Absolute flaw. This is not it. I want to learn a game that has counterplay, not a game that is pure death. I'm not playing Dark Souls, even Dark Souls has a pattern to it. Oh. And then explosion. And then a roar, okay. And a guaranteed hit here, I guess. Fireball. Damage? Run? Fire breath, this one? Yeah, okay. So the long charge is a fire breath. Fly out immediate would be fly towards someone. What was that? Did you change your form? Oh, you have new stuff? Oh boy. At least that's cool. That's pretty bad. Is this that? I love how there's a tuft of fire, non-existent, at the tip of the tail. Oh my god, okay. The third one delay. That's a one shot, okay. Am I surprised at this point? No! It's a joke! This monster is a joke! Like, if there's anything that I can do to counter this shit, I would love someone to tell me. Any, like, armor? Decor? Playstyle? I actually see... I don't see how I can win against this. There is... zero counterplay when the smallest of things one shot and the random explosion throughout the map one shot, and when you get close to it you basically have your health melt. This is the first time I feel defeated. I actually felt defeated. I don't see a counterplay to this. Even if I try hard to learn the moveset, it's... I don't see it. I don't see it. I really don't. Explosion. And then the roll. I cannot tell if this is... Green flame is outer circle, I think? Red flame is... Oh, red flame particle is close ranged. Ooh, look at my health. We love that. Ooh, hey, ooh. Unless cold drink counters everything, there's no way. Basically a one-shot. There we go, there goes my health again. On the run. I'm sorry, this is like... even worse. Let me just get the tail. Yeah, I actually don't feel like I can win against this. Not, at least not now. I feel like I had zero chance against this monster. I know it's just to repel it. Even I feel I cannot do it just to repel it. Of course you can cancel the fire breath. And that's a kill. I don't know what hit me. I was behind you. I don't see how I can win against this. I actually see 0 ways I can win against this. At least the past few monsters that I fought against that is like really difficult, like the 2 dogs, the turtle. There's a counterplay to it, and I can actually whip punish them. Like after looking at it for a little bit, I can whip punish them. This one, I don't see. I actually don't see it. God, if there's anything that I'm doing wrong, or if there's anything I can do to counter that, please teach me. Anyone. YouTube, Twitch, chat, whatever. Good God, that is cancerous. There is no way I can counter that. I'm listening. Please teach me. Please. Take. Oh no, what is that? Take a Sakabamba speed break. I don't know what Sakabamba speed break is. What is the Sakabamba speed? I thought it's something bad. I was like, oh god. And then look at it, it's like the Discord DMs. I thought it's some sort of scammer that invaded my Discord server. Gee, goddamn it, you scared me. How long is this? Oh hell yeah, let's do it. Let's watch some Sakamba Baspies. Oh hell yeah. I opened up the wrong thing. Oh hell no. I buy sausage. Apain. Saka pam pam pas bis bis. Oh, it's a species of a fish? Sakapan bis bis. Whoa. I hope this is not copyright. Oh, Bilibili, yeah. Saka pan pan. Saka pan pan piece piece. Saka pan pan piece piece. Piece piece. Saka pan pan piece piece. Saka pan pan piece piece. Saka pan pan piece piece piece. I love saka pan pan piece piece. Saka pan pan piece. How do you even find this thing? It's not. Oh hell yeah. Saka pan piece piece. A dead species of fish? Oh shit. Sakana. Sakai. The music is such a bop too. Sakapan pisi pisi. Maru 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 sen. Maru 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 sen. Easy. That really sucked at swimming. It's a gigantic meme with the marine circles. Oh, everyone loves because how goofy it is. It looks goofy and very adorable, but it doesn't have fins. Is it why that it sucks at swimming because saka bam bam piece has no fins? It died out literally because it it didn't know how to swim oh no. No, poor thing. Saka pan pan piece. Saka pan pan piece. Saka pan piece. Saka pan piece. Saka pan piece. Sakana. Takai. Sakapa piece. Mecha kantan. Sakapa piece. Saka pan pan piece. Saka pan pan piece. Saka pan pan piece. Saka pan pan piece. It's so good though. Hell yeah. Why not share this too? I'm gonna put it into May's. Or why not? Saka pan pan piece. Adding song to my playlist. I'm adding it to my watch later playlist. Just one more time. Saka pan pan piece. Pan pan pan. Saka pan pan piece. Saka pan pan piece. Saka pan pan piece. Saka pan piece. Saka pan piece. Saka pan piece. Sakana. Hekai. Takai. Nita. This is the best thing ever. Maru sen. Maru sen. Hey, what? Piece. Saka pan. Piece. Saka pan. Piece. Piece. Why is it so addicting? I don't understand what they're saying, but it feels like a A barb? It's a very barb. It says that it's a fish. It's not a tadpole. It's a fish that lives in peace, but it's alive because they just don't know how to swim. And they're just spamming the name Saka Saka Bam Bam Pisu Pisu. Oh, it's a reanimated. Saka Saka Ban Ban. Saka Saka Ban Ban. Prehistoric fish? Original video link. Oh, it's in Bilibili. No wonder. Sakabam Bam Piece Piece. So the name of the fish is Sakabam Piece Piece? Sakabam Baspis. Sakabam Baspis? Oh, Saka Saka Ban Ban Basu Pisu Pisu. So it's Sakabam Baspis. A lot of piss in this name. I feel kinda bad, but very adorable. I like Sakabam Baspis. Sakabam Baspis. Alright, let me try again. I'm gonna torture myself with this one now. I'm gonna try to learn. Let me try culturing. Is it gonna do anything? I doubt it, but worth a shot. Saka bum. Saka bum. Baspis. Saka bam bam. Pisu pisu. Saka bam bam bam. Pisu pisu. Let me try cold drink. I highly doubt that it's gonna work, but it's the old game, you never know. What? What? That was an instant kill. Orange flame. Orange flame inner circle. Green flame outer circle, maybe? As far as I know, that could be the defining thing. Orange. Whee! My health! Guaranteed hit. Green flame. Okay, look at this. Outer circle? Okay, so green flame outer circle, orange flame inner circle. Remember? Oh, I'm dead. Jesus fuck, I'm almost dead. Oh my god. Snap raw? Oh, it's not immediate raw. Whee! Snap. Delayed roll. You didn't. Oh my god, that sucked. You cancelled it. That's a very successful tail. Beginning. That works. That's a hit. I'm dead. Okay. Green flame, outer circle. I think this is fine now. Oh. Oh. Right, of course. Not surprised, not surprised. Did someone try to carve the tail? In a circle. Lingering flame. I almost rolled it. In the circle. Did I just not die from that? For a swipe, I think that does way too much damage. Oh my god. I think explosion is pretty fine. Okay, explosion. Right. I'm dead. Oh, just far enough. Delayed roll. Oh, that's new. Okay. Guaranteed I cannot do anything about it. Instant run that does all the default. Yep. So everything does one shot, essentially. Everything one shots. Actually, everything one shots. Oh my god. I was like, I kind of see the counterplay to this. But then I got killed by instant moves. And I was like, nah, that's not it. Because the instant move does as much damage as the huge moves. So what's the point? At least that is kind of cool. Big Nova. What's that? Are you doing it again? Double Nova, because why not, right? Come on, drink. I'm gonna get close to it. If I get close, I'm dead. Turning a little bit. It's not pissed now, so it's slightly easier to deal with. I thought it's any easier. Guaranteed. I cannot roll. Fun! My roll doesn't okay. Okay, out of everything, 1 max potion and a dream. 1 max potion, 4 mega potion, 10 potions, 6 herbs, and a dream. A dream that it looks like I can never achieve. Because there's so many insta kills. Too many. Even with guts, that's not gonna help. Because after an insta kill, there's no recovery. I cannot recover from it. Because the monster can attack immediately. That is the problem. I push forward. Come again. No more max potion. Orange. Okay, I thought it's outer circle. I was wrong. I was wrong. It is not outer circle. Orange means that it's homing. Good to know. Hi Shanna. How's the game going? I'm getting absolutely raped by this Teostra right here. It's not even a dragon too. Goddamn. If only it's a dragon. If only. But it's not, sadly. But all jokes aside, I'm doing pretty good. It's just the game is getting a little bit ridiculous with all the one-shots and instant kills. And it's a required quest to do too. So cold drink doesn't help, as expected. Yeah, if only Malzeno is this strong, goddamn. I wouldn't mind getting bodied by Malzeno, but Teostra? Oh, fuck. It's just Teostrax, Valstrax. I'm a jet dragon now. It is kind of outer circle, but some close ones, I guess. Already? This is death. Wait, orange is in a orange is in a circle. Green is outer circle. I cannot get close. I cannot get close. It's gonna explode and it's gonna delay roll. Fuck! Where's my roll? Guaranteed. Yeah, there's no way to dodge that. I think that's enough to cause a gut. It's pointless to heal full. Alright. Jet Kobu. It's in a circle. So that's what it is. Weird motion, never seen before, is what. I rolled into it. It's tough, it's a 50-50. Oh my god. want to get to G rank, but this one looks like a wall that I cannot get past. I always see a path where I can just sort of learn how the monster works, but this one, I generally don't see it. It's the first time I felt defeated. It's the first time I felt that there's no counterplay, there's no learning curve, there's no... It's just nothing. The first time I feel that nothing I can do to counter this dragon. Or not even a dragon. I feel lost. In a circle. Only so much I can do with knowledge check. There's only so much I can do with basic knowledge check. Combo be nipping at Dirks? Yeah. Not this one though. This one is just a disappointment. Explode roar. And then no recovery immediate. I think that's good. I should have died there. New stuff. Move forward explodes. I think just get close to it, I might not get hit. It's a lie. And that's a one shot. My gut's triggered. Roll. Guaranteed. I cannot roll. I was in my ear hurts. Jump back here. I cannot attack yet. Snap, delete roll. That's one. You can cancel flamethrower? Okay. Maybe I can hold the button to make it slightly faster. I did get greedy, and it's a unfortunate one shot. Isn't it inner circle? That just doesn't make sense to me. It only goes out. Don't even fuck with that. It's just a cheating move at this point. It's basically homing. Yeah, sure. I'm not surprised at this point. Yeah, I honestly felt defeated. This is my third try against this monster, and I don't see a thing where I can do, and that's a sure death situation. Because it's an outer circle, I have to get in, and going inside has a DPS because of Teostra Flame. Now, why is this a required quest? Like, really, I don't see a way I can defeat this thing. There's none. It's not just because of one mistake can kill you. It's more... everything is covered up nicely. It's more like I cannot whiff punish this monster like the others that I can. Like, Monster Hunter to me has always been whiff punishing the game. Because they whiff an attack against you, you get to punish them for it. That's the gameplay. But when the monster is being covered up by its mistakes, its mistake can be covered by some bullshit moves, then I don't know. Like this one, look at that, no recovery, immediately does anything, it does something else. Immediate, that's another full screen. And the run, it's instant, I cannot react to it. Like, I'm not joking about these things. When the monster does everything so nicely, it's just... there's no flaw, it's perfect. And even if you get to whiff punish this monster, you get in, your health dies anyway. Like, really, your health just dies because of the health bar melt that Teostra always has, but this time it seems to double down on the speed. Like I know Teostra always has this flame aura. I'm sure any of you play World or like any game that has Teostra, features Teostra, always has this close range. When you're close to it, your health goes down, yes, but it's not as fast as this one. On the smallest hit as well, does that kind of damage. Is that too early? Probably. This is death. Is it always... Does he always go right? On that move? Probably. It seems to happen twice now that it just goes right. On the 50-50. Maybe it's on the 50-50. And of course, Untelegraph Roar that does like 30% health. Oh. Did I just dodge that with Epic Slash? Shit, that was cool. No recovery on everything, you can just keep doing one move after the other. Non-stop. And then immediately another thing like that. Looks like it always go right. So maybe it's not 50-50 after all. Nope, that doesn't count. %30 Untelegraph Roar. One move after the other. try. It's a bad idea. I dodged the first one I saw and then I got exploded by the other one. Camera, please, you're gonna kill me. I was far from it. Nope, too early. I'm dead. Look at this. Hey, I'm still... Yep. Yep. Run? No, run. Oh no, the delay. I don't know what's going on. It's safe to say that I really am trying here. I really am. Oh my god, if you hold it slower. Instant run. Instant run. One move after the other. I'm dead. Bye bye. Oh, it didn't go that far. Another one. Oh. Just dodge until it's tired, I guess. Can't replenish that. Don't think I want to replenish that because the dragon wind pressure. Oh, that's that. You see what I mean? If I get close to it, I'm dead because of the DPS. If I roll away, he does another thing immediately. I guess when people say this is not for the faint of heart, I guess they meant this one. I don't even think G rank is this bad. And I think this version of the Must Hunter Frontier is a little bit different. Maybe it's the Japanese version, but Chinese version, I don't need to go through Teostra back then. I think it's only that after HR 5, and then I can steadily go to HR 99 slowly. And after HR 99, I can go to G rank at HR 100. I don't need to go through this. Maybe it's a Japanese version of this game? Probably. It's the only explanation I have for now. But yeah, I remember playing G rank. It's like... It's not even this... It's not even this ridiculous. Oh, I'm dead. Boom, 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 boom. I got greedy. Or I gave up. One of them is true. I told myself I'll never give up, but this might be it. This one might take the cake. I'll give it a few more try, but this one might just take the cake. It's sad to say, but man, I'm trying so hard. Like, it's so sad too. I know G rank has so many lovely looking monsters. So many. But I just might give up. This is too much. This is just not it. I'm extremely sad right now. I'm not even angry at this point. It's not angry. I'm more like extremely sad, because I know for a big fact that G rank has so much more cool looking dragons. And then this one is just like here, and it's a required quest, and there's nothing I can do. I can get a few hits in, yeah, but you see what I mean when I say this game revolves around with punishing, and then this monster is like, nope. And I'm dead because I got rolled on. It's an insta kill. Oh, even that far, okay. And I'm dead. No? Spare me, okay. It's the amount of lack of whiff punishing this monster has. It's just... Oh, that hits, okay. You know, I was about to say that I'm surprised, but I'm not. I really am not. Like, I'm stubborn, but there's a limit to this. Even I have limits, I'm still human. One move after the other. Oh, something behind hit me apparently. Yeah, I'm trying. I really am trying. I want to get to G rank, but I never felt so defeated when nothing I can do against this monster. Yep. Uh-huh. I know. I know, Max Potion, you never want to get a full 65% success rate. Hi, Astro. I'm sorry, I'm feeling so down right now. It's one of my favorite games, but man, it still is. Like, not gonna lie, it still is. But sometimes one single bad apple is enough to make me feel like this. One single bad apple is enough. It's been a while since I last felt this, not anger, but extreme sadness. This is enough for guts. Oh, you can cancel the thing that you're doing. There's no chance to survive that. The new bullshit I've seen. It's trying its best, even starting to use this hurt box to kill me. Oh, I dare to attack more than once, I'm dead. Oh. I never felt so fearful of looking at a monster with an attack and then I'd be like, can I attack? That's the first. Look at how fast and instant everything is. The only attack that I can whiff punish cancelled into this. Alright, how much more you have? Please show me all of them. Another swipe? Yep, that's fair. Nope, I cannot attack. I guess that's fair. recovery. Oh, I dare attack more than once, I'm sorry. I'm not healing until you whip your big attack. I was having such a good time fighting against Haruto Meruku yesterday. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, it's totally fair. With a run, explosion got me instead. I think I'm dead. Oh no. Oh, the hurt box is killing me. Okay. Goodbye. I know. It's not steady progress anymore. This is a huge wall. There is nothing I can do? I already upgraded so much. Like, everything is like... not the highest possible, but... $255 for one. I think I got this from Teostra. It seems like I just need the tail. Everybody's using longsword. But sorry, I'm not giving up. I really want to look at the G rank dragons. There's so many. I know. There's so many. I played it before. I've seen those things before. I've seen the Wonderland, and I just need to get through this. Really, I just really need to get through this. I already suffered so much at HR5. I can take this. I can take this. I'm pretty sure I'm still very stubborn. Very. Not gonna let this non-dragon ruin my day. Ruin my G rank experience. I'm not letting that happen. I want to make it work. Fuck this. I'll fucking try until I win against this shit. Right, okay. I think that's enough to trigger guts. Another swipe. Take it really slow. Only attack when I feel like I can. I have 50 minutes. I have 50 minutes. I have time. I don't need to attack when I don't feel confident. One cut, it's enough. Just take one hit. There's no need for more. Just take one hit. Yeah, don't attack because I know I'm gonna get exploded here. I didn't roll this one. It's okay. Take it really slow. Missed opportunity doesn't hurt as much when it's only against one monster. And all I need is to repel it. Nope, that time is... Oh, it's still right, I think. No, I cannot attack. It's okay. I didn't roll in time. It's okay. Even though I rolled maybe a little bit too late. It's alright. Another one. It's alright. All good. There's no need to take every opportunity to attack. Guaranteed. I don't think it's enough to trigger guts. Something hit me. We got hit by bullshit. It's okay. We didn't die. It's fine. We know. I know that this monster is already bullshit. Of course I'm gonna get hit by bullshit. It's okay. If this is what the monster is built upon, then fair enough. Instant flamethrower. It's okay. It's fine. Take it slow. One hit. That's free. Can I punish that? Can I punish this? Don't punish it. Yep, because you can immediately do next thing after. Oh, I am foolish trying to punish a flamethrower. I am stupid. Because of course it can cancel into a roar into 30% damage. Of course. It's fair. Fair. It's very fair. Okay, one hit. Yeah, I think it's possible to get one hit in. If I'm close enough. This I can get 3 hits in. Go away. Don't even try. Because it could happen. Yep. Even if I get 3 hits in and run away quickly, I still die. Fair enough, fair enough. It's okay. It's fine. Everything is alright. Roll cancel your punishable moves. That's fair. Very fair, very fair. Nope. It's alright. It's okay. It's alright. It's alright. Oh, right, explosion. That's fair, that's fair. It's explosion. I cannot. Oh, I'm stupid trying to punish that. It's unpunishable. Now I'm almost dead for it. Oh, right. No, my roll didn't register. That's fine. Oh, that was too early. Oh, right, you can change strike directions, of course. I'm doing the wrong thing. No. Yeah, that's unpunishable. Don't even try to punish that. Take it really slow. One hit I can get, it's free. Any hit I can get, it's free. Right, of course, you can cancel that one into this. And it's a guaranteed death. It's okay. It's the design. It's all good. So I can take 1-2 hit in, I think. At this stage, don't even try to attack because everything is now legit unpunishable. Like, don't even try. It's a whiff. Oh, right, you can really realign with that move. And that's that. Yeah. Not surprised, not surprised. They can do a huge Nova into a run immediately. I forgot. Oh, no more max potion. Right. You rolled the wrong way. Oh, we cancelled it. Okay. Fair. Very fair. Run? No. Yeah. I know. And then out of... In order to reach G rank, you must first reach HR 7? Runner is 7? Oh wait, so it's after this one. You have to clear the G rank exam. Ooh, hey, actually thanks for telling me that, holy shit. So I'm close to G rank. That's really good to know. It makes me doesn't want to give up even more now. I do have to suffer for this though. I don't think I can win this one because now my health is like this, so... Maybe I should... Maybe it's not a bad idea, because this will trigger guts more easily. It feels like one max potion is enough to trigger guts. So long as I don't get hit 2 times in a row, then yeah, I can survive. Whip. Unpunishable. Unpunishable. Right. How stupid we try to punish that. I know. It feels like it's easier to trigger guts with this one. One mega potion and 1 potion to trigger guts. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to have less health. I got greedy. I'm gonna loot. No? Mill? Unpunishable. Unpunishable. And I'm dead. Hell yeah. Oh, okay. Don't even try to attack it when there's so many things around. It's staying there for a reason. Just don't even try to go there. I will die. Unpunishable, too far. Immediate. Another one? Nope, everything is unpunishable. Nope, cannot. This one? Yeah, maybe. And of course you can just cancel it. Right, I'm dead. GG. You still don't have a shield against milk? Why would I want a shield against milk? It's just milk. I'm dead. Too early? Yep. yeah, I know. I'm dead. Yeah, I know. I'm not giving up. I think my mood is at an all-time low, but I'm not giving up. It's funny how it went from like a good day to this. It's not helping Dinophos. I'm not fucking giving up. Not now, not ever. All-time low, but I'm close to G rank. So close to G rank. I know I failed. I will always fail until I win. I know I freaking fail. I know I'm bad at this game. I know that I'm doing something wrong. I know. But I want to get this thing. I don't want to fucking give up. I really want to get a G rank. It's all I want right now. I never felt this desperation against the thing. It is the truly a desperation that I'm feeling right now. Because I feel like this is the first master I feel like there's no counterplay. No counterplay, everything is perfect. I cannot whip punish. And the range is insane. And the explosion is one shot. Everything is perfect. I cannot punish this. If I punish this, I'm dead. And if it... Sometimes a most punishable move that I can punish, I punish it, it cancels into a roar, into a guaranteed death. Like really, I am trying my hell. I'm trying my hell. Hell, I'm trying my best here. Yep, see what I get. I punished it. I punish a roar, I die instantly. And I die again. Because I try to heal when I see whiff and attack. This is what it is. Like, even when playing Tekken, I don't feel so helpless. I don't feel so helpless. This one, I actually feel helpless. I felt like nothing I can do. Because Tekken, I can learn the matchup. I really can. This one, no matter how much you learn, you're gonna die to insane range. And you're gonna die to random stuff like this. No. Cannot. No, cannot punish. Could have been dead. If I punish that, I'm dead. Yeah, I know. Which is why I don't want to punish that. Probably not a good streaming material, but I'm already here. Nope, no punishable. I would try to counter that, but because it's random. Yeah, I tried. And I'm dead. I'm dead for it. Yeah, I know, I know. I'm dead for it. 2 beans, I know. Oh, I didn't roll in time. I'm dead. GG. Oh. No, it's random. Unpunishable. Yeah, immediately do another thing. Yep. Unpunishable. Not this one. This one maybe a little bit. Flinch? Roar? No roar, okay. Oh, didn't roll that. Oh, I'm dead for it. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I know. I'm dead for it. I told you. I could have rolled that. If only the move doesn't have phantom range. And it's funny too because I have to do it on reaction as well. If I don't do it on reaction, I just do if I just do a random roll or like just like immediate roll away, I will get hit by other things. Like the flamethrower, I will be dead. So I have to do things on reaction, but it's hard to react to when it's phantom range. Being covered out by fire. Too early. I did. GG. And dead for it. Instant. It's at the most dangerous place. Untouchable. Yep. I think I'm dead. Yeah. I'm dead. GG. I guess it's just part of the game. Let me try Sword and Shield. Might as well. Okay, let's try again. I just hope that in the future my stream will not all be like this. But I'm committed to this now. And dead. Oh, behind. Okay, okay. Of course there's something behind me, I just didn't see it. Oh my god. Right. Right side, right side. I'm dead for it. Once I change to Sword and Shield, I don't think I can punish this move consistently, you know? I'm dead. Unpunishable. Unpunishable. Another one. Right. it. I'm holding block. Nope, not in time. So I went right or left? Oh. Death. Ooh. Didn't you always go behind for the third one? Okay. I mean, I'm not too sure what else I can do against this one. Oh, you cancelled roar, okay. And I'm dead. GG. Boom! I'm paid for it. The camera is gonna kill me here. Damn, Zari's doing work. I tried. It gets back too quickly. Honestly, I feel lost than anything going against this one. Really? I go left, you go right, I go right, you go left? Seriously? Do it again? No, okay. Unpunishable. Don't even try. Yeah. Camera killed me there. Camera. I don't think there's anything I can take that will help. Let me try something. Oh, I took the quest. Oh. Maybe? I'm not sure if that helps a lot, but it's... at this point, it's worth a shot. There's so many things. Nothing I can combine with, right? I think Armor Talon is like the best, question mark? No, still can be combined. Nothing I can combine here though. I don't know. Hopefully that helps? Question mark? I don't know. Might as well give it a try. Armor Talon... Power Talon and Armor Talon? I don't know. Hopefully that helps. Alright, here we go. I think it's enough to trigger guts. Been rolling time. Not surprised. Did they not hurt? Behind. Oh, nope, it's a one shot. Can I focus? Oh, it's Kim Studios. Oh. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Sorry you have to look at me like this. I am in a very depressive state right now. Going against this thing for like 3 hours, I think. Figured give you a rate. Thank you. I was looking at Newt. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Like, I was looking at Newt doing art. And I had to start my own stream. Thanks for the raid. Also, give me a second. Let me try to get this one done. I've been fighting the same thing for like 3 hours now. To no prevail because this monster is cracked. I thought Monster Hunter Frontier is like I know the monster in Frontier is cracked, but this is on another level. All the moves are unpunishable, and all the moves insta-kill you. It's kind of scary. So that's why I've been here for like 3 hours fighting the same thing over and over. Oh my god, I pushed down. But yeah, hopefully art went well to both Newt and Hrist. Thanks for the rain again. Again, I'm sorry if you like, if you're looking at me like I'm currently in a very depressive state. I've been here for 3 hours and yeah, with no... Oh, I'm dead. GG. Still recovery. I just need enough health to trigger guts and that's about it. Snap. Roll. Too early. Oh, that hits. Apologize if I've been very silent. I've been trying to not explode with anger, but I don't think I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling overwhelming sadness right now fighting against this thing. So sorry if I'm being very quiet here. Probably not a very good stream, like... yeah, you know what I mean. Just... I really want to get through this because I know for a fact that in Frontier, after I get to G rank, there's a lot more dragons than this one, right? Than the ones that I've seen. There's a lot more, so much more. That's why I'm so dedicated to like wanting to beat this thing. Oh, I'm dead. All right. Oh, I've been spared. That's why I'm trying my best here. Like absolute bestest. Is that homie? That almost exploded on my face. No, it's in a circle. Explosion. Snap. Roll. Another one. Slide. Snap. Roll. Oh, shit, I didn't roll that. sideways. Nova. Nova. Like all the moves render unpunishable. That's why this monster is such a bad one. Every move is unpunishable. Recovers immediately and then do another move. Even this one is not as punishable. Oh, I bet I got greedy. Oh. Don't wait. It's an insta kill. No place to hide. Do it again? Why not? I'm dead. Oh, okay. Don't heal yet, don't heal yet. I'm dead. Okay. I think 2 Mega Potion can trigger guts. As long as I don't get burned, I think. Don't mess with that. Okay. I'm luring you here then. No? You did Keisha's admirable combo cannon. I appreciate that. But still, I hope art is going well. Went well for you. What's a piece I've been struggling with for a bit? Almost died for it. I'm only trying to repel this one, so hopefully this is it. Oh. Death. No? Oh, I got spared. Oh. Oh no, I didn't need to drink that. Oh no, what a waste. maybe. With my last Hadouken, hopefully. I cannot use it. I can use it now! Okay, 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 okay. Oh, that didn't last for a long time. Okay, fair enough. I think there's gonna be another paralysis towards the end. No, no, it just negates it. Oh, no, there it is. Nova? Yeah, here comes the Nova. Instant? Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have healed here, I'm dead. Or maybe I should. I'll do it again. Yeah, because of this, don't even try to fight it when it's in like this. When it's pissed, best not to even try to get close to it. Because of this. And it's all one shot. Just wait it out. Unpunishable. I had a feeling that I might die for it. And I'm gonna get killed by camera here. Bam. Snap. Roll. Oh, too early. Fuck. I tried it. No, it's in a circle. Oh my fucking god, finally. Please get out of my face. 3 hours well spent. At least we don't have to look at this again, finally. Alright, now I can do the proper post-raid thing. Sorry about that. Here. Go check out Kim Studios because they make good art and they're amazing. Cobalt as well. I should say Cobalt, right? There. Thanks for rain again. I know it's late, but still, thank you. Oh yeah, also, my name is Tiara. I'm a Cobalt. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games, and this happens sometimes. when I get too stubborn, this happens. So it's probably not the best for, let's say, content, right? It's definitely not the best, but I just really want to get through that one, and I did it after 3 hours of trying. I guess I can say that I got lucky. Because, honestly, that reminds me of Dark Souls Nameless King. It took me 5.5 hours, but it's because the boss is very difficult and the pattern is there. You can actually read it. But this one is a little bit different because every move is unpunishable and every move insta-kills you, then we have a problem, right? That is the problem. That is not good design, to say the least. I'm willing to spend 5.5 hours on Nameless King because I see the pattern and the attacks are actually very telegraphed. And I can actually learn that. So there you go. I know probably like comparing this game with Dark Souls might be a little bit, or actually it's very unfair. But I just see the resemblance of like difficult video games and I just immediately thought of Dark Souls. Or Souls-like game. The concept is similar, you know, dodge, roll, iframe, punish. Whiff punish, you whiff an attack, I punish you for whiffing an attack. It's always like that. No, it's always like that. Alright, let's try to make more progress for HR7. According to NPC, HR7 is G rank, so let's try our best. Ooh. You look different. That's a very reasonable damage. Anki? That looks very Anki. At least this one very cool looking dragon. Okay. That is, I don't know what that is. What? What are you doing? I actually cannot see, but I survived. Oh. So that move is guaranteed no matter where I am. Guaranteed stun, guaranteed hit. Unless I Superman dive that, probably? Even close point blank range and far range, I still get hit. Interesting. I have to see the master do more of that move before I can tell. Oh, it's Dragon and Paralysis. Oh, untelegraphed. We love that. Love that. One shot. Oh. Do it again. Yeah, I guess you have to Superman knife that. It looks like it's like full screen. 4 times. What are you doing? Oh. Oh, it's actually full screen. Okay. Alright. Hey, last mix potion? Yeah, last mix potion. I cannot drink it, so that when I die one more, I can still drink the mix potion to have maximum health. Maybe I have to look at the shadow. 4 times? I don't know how I dodged it. Shadow. It's very not obvious, but the shadow tells. Oh, phantom range? Okay. Alright. I guess that hits a very big cone shape. Dying just because of phantom range feels like crap. Because there's so many phantom range in this game, it just prompts me to dodge roll every time the master do an attack, even though it's like full screen. Follow it. Left tap. Didn't expect that to hit. This is what I mean by phantom range. It looks like it hits, but... I mean, it hits, but it looks like it doesn't hit. Don't even know if I'm actually doing something wrong. I can't tell. Right, here we go. Oh, that hits. I think this one's still enough to toss guts. Shadow. Ooh, that's a one shot? Okay. Oh, I shouldn't heal here. The fuck? I'll take it. Oh, cut the wrong way. Is this dead? Instant. Oh, oh my god. Oh, sure. Oh, okay. Sure. I thought I dodged it. No. Love Ted killed me. Fair, fair. Did something change? I was playing this game during mid-school. I wasn't even like Monster Hunter. I don't even play Monster Hunter back then. I wasn't even suffering that much against anything. And I can easily get to G rank. Did something change? I don't even know how to use these back then. I looked at the bottom things right there. It's like, what the fuck is that? It's radio menu. Did the game got like 20 times harder than before? Than in 2017, Monster Hunter Frontier G or like Z? Did the game get way harder now back then? I can so easily get to G rank back then. This is not right. This is not normal. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. This is not normal. I'm dead again. Guess I rolled too late. Oh. It's like... It's way different now. Because back then I don't even know what guts are. I don't even know, and I don't even know how to slot decorations. I was so blind back then. I played this game with no knowledge of any skills in this game. Like what skill does what skill does what. No, I didn't even learn any of that. They definitely made this game a lot harder. Like not this server, but this oh, it's probably just Japanese version of the game. Because what I played was the simplified, traditional Chinese version. Or I should say, Taiwanese. I think it's Taiwan version? Question mark? Maybe, I don't know. It's like, it's so different. I don't remember struggling this much back then. I know I spent a lot of time getting to G rank, but I don't remember losing to a single monster 3 hours straight. Because of insta-kills. Like, the thing is, I don't have guts. Back then, I don't even know what guts are. So without guts, I'll get insta-kill all the time. If this is the case, you know? I have guts now, and I'm using guts to survive all the shit that's happening here. All the one shot, all the instant. And I even evade too. Like, something is different. Very different. Oh, sure. Nice homing. And I remember back then I was using Kongalala armor. Non-upgraded version Kongalala armor, and I got to G rank with that. That's a different move. Instant. I rolled. Thanks, game. I think that's enough to trigger guts. Just in case I read one more. What? That's too early. right? This is that. Yeah. I don't know why that's not a super band knife, but when I see the roll, yeah, that's that. It's so different. Like if I can open up my PlayStation 3 account on the Taiwanese on the traditional Chinese version, I can show it that I'm still using Kongalala armor. Yeah, I'm using Kongalala armor. I'm very sure. And I'm using the fire sword and shield. That's like long. I even have that. I was using the same one. And it's like I can use that armor unupgraded, by the way, and get to G rank. It's not even that hard. And then this one is like purgatory. Because everything one-shots, everything hits everywhere. I know I'm like saying this a lot, but it cannot just be me that feels like every monster hits everywhere. It cannot just be me. It simply cannot. Hello, down. Oh, wow. Look at that. When the love tap does like 10% of the health, something is wrong. We need to get past the thing. Do it again? Getting sick and tired of everything just hits everything for 70%. Getting sick and tired. I don't want to give up. I know G-Link is so close. I still don't know how that hits. or like where that hits. Do it again. This it? Okay, so it doesn't hit close to it? I see you're fighting EP boy. Oh, this one is nowhere near EP, this one. Look at that. Hi, go getter. 3 hours of fighting Teostra. And now I'm probably gonna spend another 3 hours just trying to get this thing done. It's not like I'm using weak ass armor. I'm not. I'm already using like almost fully upgraded gold stat armor. And this is what I get. Everything 50%, love tat 10%, and everything insta kills. Jesus fucking Christ, that's a guts. I don't even understand how back then in 2017 when I was playing Frontier, I was having such a good time. Fighting against everything and then get to G rank in a breeze. It feels like this version of the game just different. It's so different. Almost fully upgraded Inagami armor set. Yeah, I didn't know that. Guanzo Rumu weapon. Evade 2. Guts 2. I've been holding composure for like 4 hours straight. I can't believe it. Hi, Mafra. How you doing? Not that good. I don't know anything about massage, but I want to relax in a cozy stream. I mean, I don't know if I can provide that in this stream because I've been struggling for like 4 hours straight in this. Like, I know my current action doesn't say that I love this game at all, but I would be lying if I say that I hate this game. I really don't. In fact, I love this game to bits that I'm willing to suffer this purgatory of a game. I sincerely don't know what I'm doing wrong here. I have everything upgraded to, like, so strong already. That almost insta-kill. That's stuff, or not. And I have survivability too on everything. I sincerely don't know what else I can do to... Oh, this is dead. Goodbye. Yeah, I know. You want to continue grinding it more? I don't know if this is a grind. I'm trying to win against a required quest here. I mean, I've been grinding. I think I only grind during off stream just to get more materials. But I already get like 700 defense on the HR6. I cannot say that that's low. I think that's really fucking high. And HR6. I still getting one shot by everything. Fencing 2, attack up large. True, I had true guts. I had true guts. Fencing 2, attack hit twice. Hit like possible. It's... it's not right. Something is definitely wrong. Like, these are like the highest tier things I can craft. Or the highest tier thing that I can like grind to craft. Not like other promotional armor or promotional weapons and stuff that I can create with some sort of a ticket. No. I feel weird. Something must be missing. Something must be wrong. Maybe taking a break would be better. Probably, but... man, I really want to get to G rank. Like, I want to look at... like, for real, I'm not even joking at this point. I really want to look at all the dragons in G rank. Because I know for a fact in 2017, I played this game, I got to G rank with in a breeze by using Kongalala armor. Kongalala armor! So, something must have changed. That makes this game now extremely difficult. I wouldn't say it's just difficult, it's actually extremely difficult. And by the way, the quest, this one, is to only repel the monster. Repel the monster! I cannot do it. That's how hard it is for the quest right now. So, yeah, all things considered, something is definitely wrong. Sandy, I can't help. I understand, it's okay. Just, honestly, I know my behavior for the past streams playing this game, it has not been... I know I said this, still, has not been good. But I sincerely, I really do love this game. I do. I love this game to bits. I really do. It's great. Yeah, too precious to be mega stressed. Oh, I did. Okay, now Superman comes up nice. I think this is enough to get guts. 70%. Oh, I don't think this hits me. How does this thing work? I don't understand. I just really have a good time. Loving against doesn't mean you can't get frustrated. Taking a break is always healthy if it's frustrating you. True. I get that. But it's like... I want to get through this. I know it's pretty unhealthy for me to like have this feeling. But I'm pretty sure if I... this is very bad, by the way. Please don't be like me. If I stop now, I don't think I will be able to sleep well if I stop here. You know what I mean? Maybe it's like a little bit obsessive at this point, but again, don't be like me, chat, or any audience in the chat. This is bad behavior. But can't you try tomorrow? I can. I 100% can. That's that. Oh, this is death. Or not. I don't know how that works. Oh. That's an insta-kill. See, if I don't have guts, I died there. So, even back then I don't even have knowledge about skills and shit. I don't even know anything about decorations. So, even with that knowledge in mind, I got to G rank in a breeze. So, I think it's safe to say something definitely changed. Oh, that's an insta-kill? More or less. See, the thing is when that happens, you don't know what to do. I'll read the chat afterwards, give me a second. I would still say that this is one of my most favorite Monster Hunter games. Albeit how difficult this is, it is still one of my favorites. The variety of monsters that this game offers is mind-blowing, I would say. So, which is also why Is this that? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There have been times when I was playing Elden Ring and just smashing my head against the wall for countless hours, and sometimes the next day I will hop in and get the boss done in the first 3 tries, and like me being stuck on the part wasn't much because of a skill issue. Still a bow build in Elden Ring which sucks. Oh. Elden Ring was fun. I like doing the punching builds, it's great. I love punching things. Like even in Dark Souls 3 as well, just punches. It's great. But I'll give it a few more tries. It's so close. Just 3 more. Just 3 more required quests and I get to G rank. Or just do a G rank quest and then I get there. And then I can unlock Tonfa, I can unlock Extreme Style. I want it. I really do. Did I do this? Okay. Power Charm, Power Talents. Oh. How many large Lucky Charm do I have left? 7. I still have 106 left, okay. Just take it. I don't want to give up now. I really don't. I mean, spending 3 hours straight on Teostra, a bullshit hardcore Teostra, has been bad enough. This one doesn't feel that bad, but at the same time it kinda does. I don't mind spending another 3 hours trying to beat this thing. I don't. Just the feeling of getting bullshit by phantom range sometimes, it's very bad. And every hit is a insta-kill, also feels very bad. Did you get stomped again for 3 hours straight? 4 hours straight? Yeah. This is like the 3rd quest I did for today. Like the 3rd monster I went against. Hurts so much, I don't understand. I just really don't know what am I missing. See? It's like when the love tap does like 50% health, something is not right. And it's dead. Goodbye. You must be super satisfied. Roland 现在不是这种时候了。I will be satisfied when I get to G rank and getting bodied by not Teostra. But now it's just getting a little well, it's not a little bit frustrating, but it's getting depressing at this point. I don't know, I brought everything I can. And everything looks really high in my opinion. I mean for HR 5 or 6. I'm HR 6, right? Yeah, I'm HR 6! I got to the defense of 700 and attack of 1600. I don't think that's low. I sincerely don't think that it's low. And yet I'm still getting one shot by everything. This is the part where I don't understand. Just remember to rest if you are tired. I will. Minus resistance on dragon, but it's only -4. And all the things that I got hit by looks like physical hits. Especially the rock toss that I got killed by always. This is dragon, which it doesn't hurt that much. Just fine. The quest is to only repel the monster, and it's already this hard. That looks like a physical hit. It doesn't do like a dark lightning spike. And now probably it's all dragon. Fifth Nightmare. Oh. Yeah, see, that's physical. The physical hit does like 90% of the health. Well, close to, but... This is why I don't get it. How can I, in 2017, with Kongalala armor, get to G rank in the breeze? But now I have like all special gold armor. Too late. That's an insta kill. Oh, that's Guts. I'm supposed to be dead, man. It's a one-shot kill, but because Guts activated, it saved me. So if I don't have Guts, that's a one-hit kill. My health needs to be at above a certain threshold for guts to activate. I think it's like 60%, 70% health. And if it's a one shot, it will save me from like one shot. I'll have like a pixel of health. That hits. That hits. Anything you can do that can do full screen attack? I won't be surprised at this point. Dodged the first hit, got hit by the second immediate hit. Look at that. That is what I mean by phantom range. What hit me? Phantom range. It's a classic thing in old Monster Hunter, but that was insane. I got this though. This one is not as bad as Teostra because Teostra will melt my health all the time. Alright, one last chance. It's a one shot. I feel like that hits full screen. I don't even know how much that hits. Oh, that still hits. Okay. Absolute insanity. I can hear. Okay. Instant? I really don't know where that comes from. That's not Teostra. Very similar. Oh. Instant? That one doesn't hurt. This one hurts. Cool beans. What was that? No recovery. Next move after next move. Looks like a recurring theme here. That. Yeah, I know. Another move instantly? Love tech. Fuck, that was such a gamble. Oh, I went into it. Of course! 95% fail. Almost out of heal. GG. The next hit kills. I don't even have heals anymore. Yep. And there we go. Can't say I didn't try. Yeah. I know. Cannot say I didn't try though. Hey. Let me try. It looks like Sword and Shield is the only substantial like weapon that I can go against any monster right now. Just because I get to like dodge quicker. Thanks for pet voices us. I only have this one. Definitely not the best stream currently. I'm sorry. I just really want to play this game. I really do. Sorry if the vibe is not right then. I can't really do anything about it. Oh, you know, I do. The thing is, I can do something about it. I do not play the game, but it hurts. I want to play the game. I really do. I want to do it. I miss some hugs. I just want to hug the cucumber fluff. A fluffy kobold is rare. So I appreciate that. Did I just whip everything there? Nope, blocking is not the right answer. How lingering is that? I want a group hug. You don't get how much I want to go to a fur con. At least I can go to a fur con every year, I think. I don't know about this year though, to be honest, because of like financial situations, but I'll try. Really want to meet some of my friends like once a year. Be able to help fluffy boys and girls and anything in between. Hell yeah. Too addicted to furry stuff? I think that's pretty normal. I wouldn't say addicted, but it's more like passionate about them. Oh, that still hits. Cool. Oh, I rolled. I guess my X button doesn't work now. Nearest one to me is in Belgium. No French con nor Spanish. Gatherings? How about? There's no cons in Miri as well. Only one in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur. Wonder how it is to make a fur con. I mean, I know the person who founded and made a firm, first upon Malaysia, a furry convention in Malaysia. It's, let's say, it's difficult as fuck to make one. The amount of work, the amount of not just work but also like paperwork and the communication between hotel, venue, and yeah, it's just a lot to deal with. Like at one point I was still in KL studying, right? And then I was friends with firm staff, and then they have like a staff meeting, but because I was still in my friend's place because I was playing the VR, because I never played VR before, it's like, yeah, I want to try it. And then they went to like a meeting, and then I was just there playing VR. It's so awkward. And I just look at so many paperwork, so many things that they just bring it around. It's like, oh no, what the fuck is going on? I don't know. It's so scary. It's safe to say it's very fucking difficult to do one con. Oh yeah, turning is an attack, I forgot. Oh, I forgot about the third one. That's that. I cannot not throw that one. That's a sure death situation. Here in Portugal, there are quite a lot of events there for artists with booths and stuff. It's not even free to go. Free to go! Event for artists. That's very considerate. So it's like a free place where artists get to promote themselves. That's honestly really nice. Artists pay for the booth. Oh yeah, fair. Visitors don't pay, but usually cheap. I wonder if there's a demand to make a small fur con. I don't know about small fur con, but I think to me a small fur con is the equivalent of a small fur meat gathering or something like that. Make sense? But I don't know how that will work. But usually, because usually gatherings will be like people who know each other. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to say because the furry fandom is where furry fandom is a thing, but still, like going out in gatherings, people will still prefer to go with those who knows each other. You know what I mean. So it's really hard to say. But still, with all this being said, I still hope you someday able to go to a con. Oh man. So random. Oh, flinch? That's something. First flinch I've seen out of this thing. Learning. Learning. Please start properly. Okay. Slowly getting. I just got it. Like there's nothing happened. Pretty far. Can I go with you? Who's you? Which one? Mafra? Maybe? Never been to a con because I'm shy. Ooh, yeah, it's such a huge thing too. I was very shy as well. Shit, I was standing at the corner for most of the con during 2017. And then in 2018, I actually told myself that, hey, don't be scared. Go talk to people, they are also people. So in 2018, I sort of started to interact with other people. Of course, not like, hey, what's up, bro? It's not like that, but they're slowly going in. It's like, ooh, hey, that's a really nice looking suit. Can I take a picture with you? Like, yeah. Of course, you know, first suit etiquette. You're gonna consider those stuff. Don't tap their shoulders behind their back. You're gonna face towards them because the poor vision. First suit etiquette, right? It's something that we should learn. Something I should learn as well. Don't block. Block is so useless in this game. Everything hits behind you. Okay. Random. It's so random. Only this move I don't know how to dodge because it's so random. I actually started streaming yesterday and was working on my Pokeballs for my closet cosplay. Just going to con is chill? Yeah. There are people who goes to con to like meet new friends, but to me personally, I go to con to meet friends or friends that I know. I'm not really keen. Not really keen on meeting new friends, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to do it. Sometimes I want to, but most of the time I'm scared. So yeah, usually when I go to cons, it's just me meeting a specific friends. Specific friends. I use cosplay, so taking a picture is something I'm used to. It's the fursuit etiquette. It's a little bit different than cosplay, because some fursuits are very special. Met my ex at a con and a cosplay group, then a lot of drama happened, so everyone split off. That's funny. I usually don't care about drama, it's their problem. So usually when there's drama involved in a certain group, I usually just be like, please don't bring this here. Or usually I'll be the one to be like, oh, drama? Well, I'm off, bye-bye. It's nice knowing you. I love... Okay, honestly, to be very honest, sometimes I love looking at dramas on Twitter. It's kind of funny. But in real life, when the drama happened in real life, I'll rather not involve myself with it. It's just so much mental capacity. Suffer from poor visibility on cosplay, the religious blaming for being manipulative, which is just ridiculous, not gonna continue it. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not gonna pry about the drama. They'll be rude. It's spamming this move now. Funny. Even the game knows that this move is bullshit. Sure, my ex did work. It's frustrating when people accuse you of something that goes against your morals. Yeah. I know how that feels. Because that happened yesterday. It was kind of funny though, that one. Yeah. It's scary how people, when someone doesn't, when someone cannot, handle their opposite opinion, they start to resort to baseless accusation and slander, and it was kind of wild. It was kind of wild. Oh, what? Oh, that shit sucked. What the fuck was that? Thank you, phone. Just trying to get away from the outlook of negativity if you know they're in the wrong. Yeah, I mean, I'm too prone to giving people chances. Yesterday was the case, so maybe not that much in the future, hopefully. Alright, that was daylight robbery, but let's hope it doesn't happen again. Three. So the third one is really pretty fast. Triple laser. Okay, that move is bullshit. I'm just gonna call it right now, this move is bullshit. That fly back, six direction thunder. It's not random directions, but they seem to always hit me. That was fast. Okay, so who's spamming my phone? Give me a few minutes. Let me get my phone. It's my family chat. They were talking about getting some sort of statuette. statuette of Pokemon, it seems. Give me a moment. I'll read that after. Sorry, yeah. I started fighting. As a new streamer to do? Ooh, $1 million question. I sometimes feel like I don't have enough things on screen when playing games and I don't feel confident with my webcam yet. Plus, I still don't have any kind of VTuber model to replace that. Believe it or not, when I first streamed Tekken, I was streaming Tekken 7 and I was thinking about only streaming Tekken 7. Let me think. My new streams, if I remember correctly, I was just playing the game with no webcam, just the screen. But of course, you know, it was my first stream. There was like no one watching. I had no one watching the first stream. Like, I think the Twitch statistic told me that it was like 3 viewers, I think. To be fair, my communication skills were not there as well because since I don't really speak English that well back then, it's kind of a weird thing. You know, I decided to speak English. So yeah, eventually I started using webcam and I started playing more games other than Tekken 7. Honestly, just do things that you enjoy doing. I started playing Killer Instinct and other games to branch off to more, you know, hopefully I can find more people with similar interests. So I started playing Killer Instinct and then eventually I started playing Damn Fighting Herd. That's why I got like my first community. Like people who play fighting games, people who play Damn Fighting Herds. Too bad the game died down though, so... anyway. And then I started branching off to more different games. I started playing Killer with Fire, the spider game. And then I started playing with some floating, stuff like that. I think it's more like to me personally, as a streamer, I would love to do the stuff that I enjoy doing. And when you do something that you enjoy, what I think or what I feel is that the viewer can sort of feel your enthusiasm, like, oh hey, this streamer likes this game. You know, it's not like forced positivity, you know what I mean? I'm dead. Actually got lucky. And oh yeah, the VTuber thing. I started having my own VTuber because I major in art. So I made my own model once I hit affiliate. I think once I hit affiliate, that's when I thought about, hey, maybe I could go, I could spend more time into trying to improve my stream quality a little bit, and that's why that's when I slowly save money for microphone, slightly better computer. I'm not planning on doing this as a career. We're mostly doing streaming to get a community, you know? Yeah. It's a good mindset. If you think of doing streaming as a career, you will not have fun. Like I guarantee. Because if you consider doing streaming as a career, you start to get stressed out when you don't get the viewership and the amount of money that you want. And that's where it snowballs. So yeah, when I first started streaming, I was just thinking to myself that, hey, I love Tekken. Maybe I want to show my love for Tekken to the internet. You know, it's MCO and stuff. You know, work's hard to find, stuff like that. It's disgusting. No money. Oh shit, how much homing is that? Not me. My biggest concern with streaming live stream is mostly because I'm a trans woman and someone that doesn't have to feel like wearing makeup every single day. I'm a trans woman. I look like a male currently. I haven't started HRT yet. Because of my family. I don't think my mom can handle, you know, her last son becoming daughter. So it's a long time planning. I still want to go through HRT someday, but yeah, it's a tough part. That one, sorry, I don't know what to do. It's a bit on my field currently. But the thing is, when I stream, when I was using webcam, I'm still not identifying myself as trans yet. Time change people. Time really does change people. It's crazy. Early 2 started actually almost 3 months ago, so my face and voice don't really I didn't look at the screen. I don't really scream like a Gen or Edify S. Same. I mean, dude, I don't go like I mean I think my voice is quite masculine currently. But yeah, it's something to work through the appearance and voices thing. It's tough. I cannot say that I get it because I haven't, you know. But then again, you don't look at, you cannot look at my current face, right? what you see on the screen is a couple currently, so I guess I'm lucky on that regard. So I think I'm in a good place mentally because I accept myself more. That's good, that's good. I still don't... That is bull fucking shit, man. I'm afraid of exposing myself like that. Yeah, I understand, but you're make a cutie looking at fluff. Oh no. Also, in my heart, I don't think I ever actually use a webcam to show myself. My dysphoria is bad enough. I don't think I can handle seeing myself on video. I see, the thing is, sometimes when people shout me out, they show the old clips. And then my face was there. And the secondhand embarrassment that I felt from that, I feel like I want to stab a hole on the ground and put my head into it. Like, oh god! I mean, to be fair, I don't look as different, but fuck. Fuck. I don't like it. But also, I don't really want to delete the clips because it's where I started. It's where I started off as. It's like when I don't. If I look at what I did a few years back and feeling cringy about it, then it means that I, in a way, am growing as a person and as a content creator, I think. Does that make sense? Hopefully. Do I sound like a dick? Probably. I don't know. But it's a weird feeling. Like, sometimes I feel like, do I even, like, can I even consider myself as, like, a trans woman currently? Because I didn't even go through HRT, my appearance didn't even change at all, I'm still, like, fully male-looking person. That shit is fucking me up. I did the sequel, Goodbye World. Yeah, thanks for Explosion. Thanks for helping me. I'm gonna eat one more. So sometimes I don't feel like I belong in the trans community. But I just really identify myself as, it's a one shot again? Yeah, Maki Changho. For me, I'm just over a year into my transition. Oh, wait, hi Shai. Both of your name has the same color. Hi Shai, welcome. For me, I'm just over a year into my transition, so I haven't really appearance-wise changed much yet, at least in my opinion. And if I look at myself from a year ago, yeah, I see a lot of changes. You do though? Do I? Or was it something else? I don't know. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Hadouken! Boom! That did nothing! Oh, nearly I almost died. Why was there not a Superman dive? I require assistance. I'm just healing this run. I'm actually legit just healing. You're valid and your feelings are valid. Oh god. You know what? Maybe? I don't know. Hopefully I'm not being too selfish. I don't know. Sure. Oh, and go to the sauce, okay. I'm not go to the sauce anymore. Okay. Oh my god, finally, and I'm gonna get hit again. Oh my. If I survive the bullshit move. Even if your annual 50s or more is still valid? Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I'm good. Fuck, that was 3 quests and it took like 6 hours. Fuck me. Wait, what's that? Take it. Oh my god. Oh shit. Yes, you are, you dumb greedy kobold. I know I'm dumb. I know. Oh jeez, fuck. I finally... Oh, hey, that's a nice screen. Nice. Okay. Been here for 6 hours? Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, what do we have next? At least this one didn't take as long, about an hour. Puria. Aren't you the mini T-Rex? I think this one is pretty easy, but I might eat my own word for it. Do you want to see me in cosplay? Only if you feel comfortable in showing it. I'm always down to look at some cosplay. Oh no. Oh, is it the map again? Really? I have to fight Puria there? Oh no. I'm gonna die. I do feel confident and comfortable. That's really good to know. Where can I share? Ooh. Do you have Discord? I do? Then... In DMs, right? How do I share my... I mean, I do have a server, but I don't know if you want to join the server. Profile? I cannot see anything. Oh, I'm in streamer mode. That's a bit of a problem. Then here's my server if you don't mind. Jade. Make me happy, Jade. It's such a weird... Look, my brain is broken. Please don't mind what I'm saying. But make me happy, Jade. Okay, I'll stop. Can't believe I have to fight Paria Puria here. In a way, I guess I'm still making steady progress. Once you read the rules and everything. Ice block is here, right? Okay. Oh no, I'm doing it manually. It's not working. It's working. It works when I do it. It's manual. Okay. No, it's manual. I'm doing it. What are bots? I don't know. I can DM if you want. You can DM me. It's fine. It's totally up to you if you want to share it to me or to the server. It's entirely up to you, don't worry. That's a wait, were you this big before? Are you like mega gold crown? Oh no, the stakes are high. Wait, you are way more angrier than... You're way more oh my god! I'm kneeling? Oh no, what is this? Another one shot? No. Oh no, everything is one shot. That's kinda cute. Hi, Paradox. I don't know. Yeah, you look different. Thanks. Oh, stench! Oh my god, it causes stench. Yeah, I'm not surviving this one. It causes stench. There's one crazy Paria Puria. Yeah, my health is non-existent, I know. I cannot heal because I'm stinky. Where do I share on the server? If it's like cosplay pictures, so it's in real life, right? You can share in... I would consider cosplay as some form of art. If you want, you can share into like, yeah, art share. Cosplay is some form of art, right? Cosplay is kind of an art. I think cosplay is kind of an art. Yeah. This shit's not easy to do. Time to speedrun death? Probably. I mean, it's stench. Boop, a human has showed up. Let me look at it. I know this character. Is this like from JoJo. That was a year, and this was a year ago. Ooh. Yes? Oh my god. I was right. I think I looked at the character before, but I don't know who that is. Oh, Jolene, of course. Jolene is from part 6, 7, I think? It's not from the anime. I think anime I only watched from part 1 to 5. Why are you in there? What are you doing? Oh, part 7. Part 6. Johnny's part 6? I don't know. All I know is that JoJo is cool. Jolene chose her. Hey, fuck that way. This one is cancerous. No, what is... There's no way. Is all the quest is insane now? It's definitely different. Nah, it's safe to say. It's 100% different now. It's way different than before. It's totally different. It's 200% different. It's way harder. It's 200% harder. I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. Part 7 is with Choni on the horse race. Part 6 is the prison. I'm gonna pose this on the server instead, just DM to give confidence to trans women that they can do it, you know? That's honestly really nice. Don't think I can get this kind of confidence out any day, but confidence is hard to get. I feel like my self-esteem is extremely low these days, especially. Sure. 5 makes potion. Failed 3. Time to repel this paria. Oh my, what the fuck is going on? You're not the paria I know, you fuck. I'm just glad that I can hide my face behind this kobold shenanigans. Sure. Okay. That little jump he does is so fucking adorable. That little jump. Can you do it again? Can you do the little jump again? Not this though. This is one big jump. That's it. Yeah, you're way worse than T-Rex. What the fuck? I'm being sucked. I got lucky. Okay. What are you doing? Oh! Fair enough, that's a one shot. My man! I'm good. I'll fucking do this off stream. Oh fuck. Oh wait, before I end, you know what? Since I'm gonna do it off stream, why not look at the question mark as well? Here, give me a second. One last one. I'm back from piss. I'm Yip from piss. Damn, you're a Yip from piss? Oh my god. The Yip though. Go do something relaxing? I will. After this one. It's here. Because it's question mark. Right? It's question mark. I'm very curious what it is. And I'm sure everyone is. So I don't know what it is. And I'm very curious. Maximum gain. Because it's getting dark. I think it's 6:32 p.m. Alright. Here we go. Spin. 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 Spin good. At least all the map doesn't need me to get... I cannot drink things. Oh, okay. That's cool. That's fucking cool. That's very fucking cool. That sounds like... That sounds like Rathalos though. That sounds like Rathalos though. I'm not liking what I'm hearing. Oh no, if it's Rathalos, it's gonna be cancerous. Alright, here we go, going down. Fuck me. It is Rathalos. God damn it. Walao eh, apay ni. Oh no. Dragon wind pressure. Okay. Flinch. That early, dude. I don't believe you. That damage on you? I don't believe it. You're not doing damage though. You are tumbling 10 seconds into the fight. Who are you? Why are you in HR6? Oh, that's cool as fuck. Help. Do something one shot. Yeah, like this. Okay, that's cool. Who are you? Why do you keep flinching? Whoa! It's not even one shot? Get out of here. You're not even HR6. Get out. That doesn't hurt. Who are you? Why are you so not painful? This is not HR6. Who are you? You are very cool though, because this is like a new earplug state. Ooh, it's on a one shot though. Hey beam? Hey yo. Oh, this is one cool Rathalos. I don't know what the name is, but it's Rathalos. I'll share a photo of me nowadays on the cosplay. I don't know, I'm still insecure about appearance, especially my voice. I hate my own voice. I know it sounds like I sound like a hypocrite saying this, but I do hate my voice. I'll DM though. He just only if you feel okay with sharing it. Please don't force yourself to like share pictures. I'll definitely respect your boundaries, of course, like 100%. Right? I will appreciate if you like share some stuff though. What's that? Why are you radiant? Are you radiant? He's stealing everyone's moveset. It's Taskmaster. It would be funny if I first tried this monster, right? I have a feeling though. That Christmas came early. In my own words. You're stealing everyone's flow! Like, you look like Espinas. You have some Espinas Nova. You have Radiant's moveset. You have your own moveset. How many eyes do you have? 4? Okay, not gonna lie, you look very hard. But you are just red claws though. Do you have 4 eyes? Oh, 1, okay. Those are spikes. Oh my god, I'm stress-free! You're fighting against this monster because it doesn't one-shot everything! Oh my god, it's been a while since I last felt so stress-free fighting against a monster. Look at it, that doesn't hurt! God damn! I can just heal whenever I want. I don't look at the monster constantly and have to like take risk. I can just drink and just be like, oh, I took a small hit from you, okay. I'm having a good time. That's Espina's moveset. You're just stealing everyone's flow! Buddy, stealing is bad. You are very cool though, but stealing is bad. See, that's Basarios' moveset. Defense down, that's kind of bad. I'm just gonna drink an armor skin to cover this. This dragon's a goober, kinda. Yeah, Espinas, fire, poison, Espinas, and Basarios moveset is Espinas moveset as well, this one. I recognize these. That's Basarios or Gravios. This looks like your own thing. Yeah, I know that move. I've seen it 200 times already, or actually make it 2 million. Look at this! This is what I mean by Master Hunter Frontier. Like, they have all the different kinds of state of being. The state of being, as in like the earplugs and everything. It's not just like standing and then just covering the ears. No, you kneel and then the tumble sometimes make you jump. Forced jump. Like just now you see the tumble. There's so many different state of being in Master Hunter Frontier. And in G rank, if I remember correctly, you will the monsters is so strong that a roar sends you away and or makes you lie on the ground squirming, trying not to like get your eardrum blown or something like that. It's super duper cool. It's also the reason why I love this game so much. I'm speaking too much. Send it by the way. Okay. I'll look at it after stream. Yeah, see, look at that tumble. It's different. It's so cool. Who's that move again? I've seen it before. Whee! Whenever we get a chance, I'm sure you feel comfortable. I'll work on it, 100%. That. Oh, that's super fast though. Oh, that's a hit. Oh, you're bringing all the weird stuff now. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, you're bringing all the weird stuff now. You can cancel. Why are you playing Marvel vs. Capcom 3? Goddamn. That's very cool though. I love you. You are mega fast. What are you doing? Ah. I don't get the chance to attack him now. It's too fast. Why are you Sonic? Excuse me? And Dragon Wind pressure? Oh. Sonic. Ow. Get tail web? Hey, getting tail web by this dragon? That's so edgy looking and hot looking. I'm not even gonna complain, hell yeah. Wet harder, huh? No. Maybe not. I don't know. Just co-op things, it's okay. Don't worry about it. What? Yakey beaky, that really hurts. Oh, I am mega dead. Oh, yep. See, it will also still be funny if I do this first try. I think it will be kinda funny though. This one doesn't feel super busted. Like, it's still manageable. It's super fast, but it doesn't do as much damage. Nah, that dragon looks cute. I know, right? I love that dragon. And also edgy and cool and majestic. I like dragon. Cute and kissable. Kinda like it. What? Wait. Wait. Nuh-uh. 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 That is smoochable. That dragon is smoochable. Once he stops moving. Tumble. It's cool as fuck. I blocked him. Eee. What are you doing? Aha. What? Goddamn, you're like mega fucking strong now. Holy shit. I'm sorry if I ever underestimated you. Holy shit. Oh my god, look at the speed of this thing. Whoa. Oh my god, I can't believe I survived that shit. Yaha, yaha. Okay, you cannot just not on my yaha, or the yaha my no on. You're cheating. You're cheating. You're cheating. The amount of dragon wind pressure this thing has is the equivalent of fighting against a Kushala. Wee! Oh my god! Why would you oh my god, what the fuck? Why would you get stuck? Don't play my heart like that, you ass. Oh, thanks, Bong. Can't get a bullet from me, huh? Oh my god, that is stupid. Oh, hey, hold me. Oh, yikey peeky. Wait a minute. Niche. Dragon handle. Give me a second, I'm getting absolutely bodied by this dragon. Hello, Niche. I'm off to bed, won't be staying very tired. I understand. Go ahead, have good sleep. Have good sleep. Also, yes, you should let the dragon body you. Always. It's just a couple things. I know. Have good sleep. Thanks for the raid, Niche. I'm sorry I cannot do the raid thing for now. But thank you. Check out Niche. Very nice, fluffy dragon. With very soft belly as well. I like it. Why are you Basarios? Oh yeah, welcome in raiders, thanks for raiding again, and go take care of yourself, of course. And my name is Teostra. I'm a kobold, I play a bunch of games, I love fighting games, I love dragons, and I do art every Monday. Oh Nelly. Got stepped. See, at least this dragon looks hot. What? No. Thanks. You just suddenly became like super uber mega strong. And like the first 10 seconds of the fight, you were tumbling 3 times. Woohoo! Why do I feel like that step? I blocked the wrong way. I'm stupid. I'm blocking. I don't know. Is this the Monsanto Stories 2 ready? I don't know. It has no name. The quest says it's question mark. See? Question mark, question mark, question mark, no tohats. Tohats. Tumble! Getting hungry too. Ooh. Ow. That was fast. Just got slapped by the wing. Are you aiming for me? Yeah, you are. See, this Rathalos is everyone's moveset. Radiant, Espinas, Rathalos, Basalios. What a weird looking turret. Also very hot. Woohoo! I'm dead? Oh, I'm actually dead. What? The monster was driven away? Excuse me? Don't do the fanfare when I'm dead, you fuck! No, I didn't even get to look at it fly away. Well, I actually did this first try. Now that's funny, isn't it? Content. Yeah, I wasn't joking that this one is like the easiest by far. Look at that. I look so cool when I'm dead. Hey, fuck la wey. Walao wey. Alright. Got one more quest done. That's one more. So only Paria Puria left, I think? I think I can do it tonight. Probably. I'm not too sure. Oh, it's too dark. It's too dark. My camera cannot see me anymore. Uh-oh, spigot. Exposure -4. That kind of works. Let's see. So I think there's only Paria Puria left, right? Yeah. Only one more. Let's see if tonight I can do it. If cannot, then tomorrow I'll suffer again. Oh, fuck. Alright, okay. Or maybe tonight I'll play some Balloon Tower Defense 6. The territory contest is going on right now. I have to spend some time on it. I play AFK Arena. AFK Journey doesn't have dragons in them. Let me open up this. Oh my god, mama, what the fuck? Oh, that was loud. Oh no, Astro. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm so dirty. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I wasn't thinking what I was thinking. Never happened. Never happened. At first glance, it looks like something is at the lower body. Like, you know, lower body, and then like in the middle, and then there's something sticking out. Yeah. At first glance, I'm sorry, I didn't see. My monitor is very small. My monitor is so small. So before anything, don't forget to check out me. Haha. You might think that I forgot, because I already did forgot. But check out me. Very nice fluffy white dragon. I like fluffy dragon. Oh, speaking of dragon, we can raid to another dragon. We can raid to a certain red dragon that's streaming Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. Every time I see someone play Skyrim, I just laugh, because my Skyrim is it's absolutely full of debauchery that I cannot even stream it anymore. Okay, yeah, yeah, alright, yeah, Every time I see people play Elder Scrolls, it's like, oh no. Oh wait, there's a save. Mine is not safe. Yeah, mine is not safe. There's a save. You can look at them play Skyrim. What's the story in Skyrim? I don't know. I never played the main story. Oh shit. God damn, I'm so thirsty sometimes, I cannot believe it. Here, let me summon Bernie real quick. Makes sense, I know, right? Considering the amount of mods in Nexus mods and also on certain websites that I dare not to name. Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. I cannot resist the mods. I love mods. Okay, I'll stop. Anyway, welcome Bernie. Welcome Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Oh, right, that's a website. I was like, huh? Is that underscore? No, it has to be like. It has to be like 3 underlined words there. I only see 1 line, unless I'm looking at it wrong. Did you put 3 underlined there? Oh, you did. Oh wait, there's only 2. Ah, fake. Roland's fake. You have to put 3 lines there, unless I got it wrong. to 3 lines. So you know, I know. I did say that I will not name the certain website. I don't know what you're talking about. No. Not happening. I don't know about the website. I know it didn't happen. Anyway, I have a Discord. I know I plugged it just now, but let me plug it one more time, okay? I have a Discord. Usually it's where I announce my stream stuff. I have a Dragon Sipping Corner. If you have Dragon stuff, I'll be glad to look at it. Please send me Dragon stuff. I like them. And I think that's pretty much it. I'm actually getting kind of hungry too. I should get some food. Tomorrow I'll continue playing this game. Hopefully I will not get too depressing throughout the whole stream. Again. When I look at good-looking dragons, I will not be too depressed. Alright? That's real. That's true. That's very true. Just, yeah. Right? Yeah, I know, right? So, let me type in the raid to a certain red dragon who is playing Elder Scrolls Online. A dragon by the name of Ixenvia. I rarely got a chance to raid Ixen. Ixen's precious. Like huge dragon, but very precious. Anyway, I think I'm not missing anything. Why do I want to talk about levels? Why do I talk about the mod? You know what? I installed Elder Scrolls Skyrim because I think the game auto updated itself, and then now the mods are so getting more. Okay. Oh, I don't know why I'm taking. I don't know why I'm talking about that. It didn't happen. I'm not talking about it. Sounds good. Take a good rest. I will. Thank you. We worship dragons. Dragons are the best. Hey, nice. Dragons are the best. I'm not saying this just because I'm a kobold. There's no bias, but dragons just the best. Yeah. I mean, I'm a kobold, but it's fair. I am not saying this because of bias. No, dragons are the best. Hi. Hope you're doing good, Flapjack. We're raiding to a dragon. I also simp for them. That's why I have Dragon Simping Corner in my Discord. Naked Dragon, you mean? If... Okay, look, Rollins. Naked Dragon is one thing. Dragon is also one thing. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but... I don't know. The dragon good. I'm cat, but basically I'm fuzzy kobold. Hello, fellow kobold. What's a cat? I don't know. Yip. Right? And aren't kobolds bonkable? Yeah, who told you that? No? What do you mean the kobolds are not bonkable? You must... give them head pets, give them upbeats, and give them shiny. Where's my shiny? A platypus told me. Which one? Which one? I will go to that certain platypus and I don't know what I can do. I'm just a kobold. Upbeats and shinies. Boink, boink. Harry the platypus? Harry? Shit, I never heard of Harry. Wait. Spin! Hi, Bracky. Hi, Bracky. And the poop. Also, hi, Thomas. Oh, there's suddenly beans. Hi, cute small beans. Hi, Phantom. Welcome. I'm gonna raid though. I'm gonna raid. I need to eat dinner. I'm getting hungry. I want to get food. I want to get food. But I still hope you are doing good. Hey, if you want, you can definitely join me with the raid. We're raiding to a dragon. But you're the dinner? No, I don't want to be the dinner. Brain taste with kobold's health. I'm not into vor. Look, I'm a kobold, but I'm not into it. Okay. In this world out there are kobolds and not into war. I know. Wild. A dragon. Good. I'm gonna raid. Before I break my brain. Before the raid. I want to say, you want dragon steppies? Of course. No. Before the raid, I want to say, thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valued, and matter. Very valuable. Kobold loves y'all. Here comes the raid to Ixen. Dragon. Raiding to dragon. Got raided by a dragon, and now we're raiding to another dragon. Here. This is the raid message. But of course, you guys can use whatever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. There, this one. That one. I'm hungry. I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down, as I always do. But in the meantime, I can always talk about something random, like I want a dragon step. I mean, no, that doesn't happen. Why would I want that? That sounds painful. Does it sound painful though? I don't know. I'm gonna dig my own hole here. Holy shit. 2 years? Hey, I've been streaming for that long, huh? Dragons, please. We're raiding to one. Dragon. More. We're raiding Ixen. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye. Love y'all. Bye bye.